always with a different topical intro. Little Emmy, little homage to the Emmys there, and closest thing I guess they could get was a golden turkey. Spray-painted gold turkey.
It's a gold cocktail.
Oh, that makes sense. Fuck yeah. Put your hands together for the band, ladies and gentlemen. They're here. We're ready to rock. How you guys feeling? Good? Excited?
Yeah, great.
Yeah, me too. Let's just get into it, shall we? You guys ready? Ready for tonight's guests, huh? Anybody like guests? I like guests. I like it when a show has good guests. The show always has good guests. This week's no different. Put your hands together for two of the greats. It's Joe Rogan and Russell Peters. Oh! What? Holy shit! So much fun down here. Rogan and Peters and Rogan. Hi guys, welcome back to the show.
We're so happy to be here. Thank you, Antonio.
I'm excited about this. You guys see the band's cool intro? How do you guys feel about the band?
Good stuff. Outstanding.
Love it.
You hear that, guys? We're endorsed by Joe Rogan now. Before we go any further, was that Pete's week?
Yeah.
Pete's a motherfucker.
Yeah, he is.
How about a round of applause for Pete, drug dealer, ladies and gentlemen?
He's the podcast.
Pete, the criminal. Give it up. Pete, the Schedule I drug dealer. I feel like we don't talk about on the internet.
Why don't I know about this? It's the best spot in the world.
It's debatable.
Well, whatever. Yeah, exactly. Works 100% of the time.
That's why I hate when people start bringing up California weed. I'm like, listen, man, it's 2016. All weed's retarded.
Yeah.
Like, all of it. I mean, that weed doesn't survive anymore. It's just different.
Bad weed fucks you up, too. That's the weird thing. If you're different buds.
Should it get dealing?
Yeah, exactly.
Is that real, though? Because I've always heard that idea of like shitty wine and shitty beer, like the hangover's different. I've heard that's bullshit. I've heard hangover is nothing but dehydration. I get the reflux from the shitty stuff.
Oh yeah, I don't know if that makes sense. They make it cheaper.
It's sugar. It's like potatoes and shit or whatever. Can I just say I love your iPhone cover? Look at this. What are you going on here? It's not great. Yeah, you like that? It's beautiful. I like it. Let's get you a ring, Joey. I like it.
Did you drop your phone all that regularly? And then you were
it's just easier. Look, I can fucking watch. Brandon Park, give it up for Rabbbi.
It's me, everybody. Holy shit! Hi guys, welcome. You guys are favorite crazy Monday night or what? Come on, live audience, you can do better than that. Let them know the Francisco and Sacramento, and now I'm going to Australia and other fun places. Hi, Brian.
there's people that where you could say like, all right, he's got a spark. There's or she. He's got a spark. There's a something there.
Oh yeah.
And all it is just like how much time you gonna put into it. How much you gonna get better at it? How much you gonna listen to your stuff and try to fix it? Like, that's a funny guy. Just figure it out, you know. Company Live, Volume Park.
It's me. Holy, we're crazy Monday. We do better than that. It's on you right now. It's a real fucking show with a real live audience. Hey, Redman's here.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Before I plug.
We got the LA Podfest this week.
Yeah. did you get that? October 8th, Buffalo after that. Melbourne, Australia to close out 30th. That's where I'm going to want. It's a real quiet life so far. What happened? We're going to walk and not get the job done out here? Feels a little cold out here, am I right? You know what? All right. Thank you. Ryan J. emailed us here, ladies and gentlemen, the house artist. Hey, check it out. A car hit him last week. And so go buy some goddamn prints off of his website, all the Kill Tony prints at RyanJabel.com.
A car hit you?
No, a car hit his car. Oh. And I was going to say an Asian ran into him. I was going to really nail it on the head because that's actually what happened. Yeah. Stupid. Stereotypical. All right. Okay. And we got Jamie Burnett on the HD camera. You guys ready to, he said bring back up the band. Everybody loves the band. I love them. You love them. We all love them. You already got a taste of them tonight. I'm going to bring them up right now. It's the great Reagan and Watkins and Joel Jimenez.
I'd like to thank Tony Hinchcliffe and Brian Rabbbi for having us.
The turkey. The spray painted gold turkey.
It's a golden cock, Tony.
Here. How you guys feeling? Good? Excited?
No, great.
Me too. Let's just get into it, shall we? You guys ready? Ready for tonight? Gas? Huh? Anybody like gas? I like gas. I like it when a show has good gas. Show always gas. This week's no different. Show repeat. Holy shit! Belly room crying. We're having so much fun down here. Rogan and Peters and Rogan. Hi guys, welcome back to the show.
We're so happy to be here. Thank you, Antonio.
I'm excited about this. You guys see the band's cool intro? How do you guys feel about the band?
Good stuff. Outstanding.
Love it.
You hear that, guys? We're endorsed by Joe Rogan now. Before we go any further, was that Pete Tweed?
Yeah.
Pete's a motherfucker.
Yeah, he is.
How about a round of applause for Hands Right the Other, ladies and gentlemen?
He's the podcast.
For Pete, the criminal. Give it up. Pete, the Schedule I drug dealer. That we all talk about on the internet. Why don't I know about this?
Where's the best spot in the world?
This debate.
Well, whatever.
That's why I hate when people start bringing up California weed. Just
bad weed fucks you up too. That's the weird thing.
Yeah.
Different buzz.
Always heard that, like that idea of like shitty wine, like the hangovers. the same one. I watch TV, sports, and
Sign with a chance to do 60 seconds on the stage. Sometimes it's a big, amazing. It's not the first time. We've seen name looks like a new name. Done. Shalik Jenkins.
Let it kick in quick, or this is going to be boring as fuck. Right now.
shit.
I'm tired.
Oh, they're from New York City. It's nice. Saw this one guy. Smoothie, welcome to swag new shoes. These are $2,000. The two flipped out.
So crazy.
And the black guy goes, they're just sneakers. Or just a first off, just calm down. Tell a nigga to calm down. It's like trying to tell a football cosplayer to stop raping girls. But it's not
So crazy.
someone's still hurting yet. Brother, I don't think any white person should say brother, but they say fuck that. And they're just sneakers. They're super brand sneakers. I feel like if you say calm down, brother, 3 times a year, at night, he's 14. He's gonna be like,
Wow. Man, we did like 30 minutes of sound check today for what? What was that about? How do you explain that?
It's this one. You gotta come get some good feedback from that. And so it begins, guys.
Shalik, you are in it. Grab the mic, man. We're going to talk to you for a bit. How's it going?
Going pretty good.
How old are you?
How old am I? 22. Why don't you repeat the question, Shalik?
That's what he would have to do if he was under 21. That's 21. It's totally 22.
1 year over the drinking age.
Shalik, you going to school right now? Nah. You work?
Nah.
You don't work? You don't go to school?
I'm say coasting. How long is it? he's from Brooklyn. There's a solid chance he's Jamaican. You know what I mean?
Zipper
Yeah,
inside.
non-functional zipper. Shut up.
What mass are that at? Like,
Having dinner. It varies every day. Every day.
Listen, folks,
hey
man, you're funny. Really?
Yeah.
Wow, I appreciate it. I can tell, like, you're a little uncomfortable, you know? Yeah. But everybody, you seem comfortable saying, yeah, the N-word. Yeah. You seem, here's the thing, glad you brought that up. You're not friends, but I'm not going to say to a bunch of people I don't know.
Don't do that for
Do you feel like yourself when you're on stage, or do you feel like you have, like, a little thing up? Yeah. I feel real comfortable. Yeah, understood. I feel good. Now you look like more comfortable. Yeah. His shoulders relaxed now. Yeah. This is how you gotta get the whole time. Yeah. You can get like this the whole. You're a funny dude. You can tell. Thank you. You know, but it's a weird thing to talk to people. They're staring at you, and you have a microphone. It takes a long time to get used to just the weirdness of it. And then you got us fuckheads right behind you.
Or you know what I would do if I was you? If I wanted to make it like tomorrow, I'd start telling everybody that I'm 7 years old.
Yeah.
All the stuff that you say is gonna be like.
This really tiny girl, so you buy it, and then the lines lit up. They're like, "Bitch, I went to high school with her. She's not in 30." Pretending to be 50. My parents raised me in the East Village. Just put on. He looks like what JJ would have grown up with. You should do it. Though,
Yeah. Obama did with his birth certificate. Back to, are you a son?
I'm interested about that backstage. All right, he's got us. Get better at it. How much listen can you have? I don't think so, man. Go to Frank Castillo's up 3 times a night. Everyone can. Folding shitty white.
Go on.
York City recently. I was like, and like flipping off cars and stuff. And it was terrifying. I was like, hey, you guys can tell by looking at me. There you go. And then what happened? So the MRI machine goes. Well, so
The fire extinguisher in the room and a wall.
no, that's true.
To do that, I'll do this.
Secondhand used.
New one from China for 3 bottles of the. It's just. Shiba's, yeah. Really? Hitachi's like top of the line.
Is that true?
Yeah,
Japanese are killing the game. They kill the game and everything.
Yeah.
They get a hold of something, they fix it. Yeah. You know, like what they did to automobiles. I mean, the automobiles were pieces of shit. The Japanese figured out a way to just not make them break.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, fuck, we gotta do that too? Like, people don't remember, in the 80s, cars just broke all the time. You drive down the street, 99.99% of the time, cars are breaking. That Japanese people, Get the fucking American car. Get an American car from the 60s and try to get to work every day. Good luck, bitch.
So Tommy, you're basically going from doctor's office to doctor's office trying to sell MRI machines.
Yeah.
What do you ever walk in on anything crazy on the job, or is it pretty much as boring as it sounds? Like, did you ever accidentally walk into an exam room or something crazy, anything at all with the doctor?
It's pretty boring accident. No, I wish.
When you get like a sex thing,
Like I said, Russell watches porn on his phone.
you get like a nurse thing, like a nurse and a doctor, they slip away, they do morphine together in the closet.
This guy's at doctor's offices all the time, probably being forgotten about some room. Like, I'm trying to sell you MRI machines. Sanford 6. So,
If you had to guess how many doctors do morphine and us at the same time?
Probably like all of them. Like,
everybody knows that's third party. Yeah.
Somebody has to tell time we're doctors. I have like Russell, I've diagnosed you and you need heroin.
just be frank with your doctor. You know, write whatever you want. Except my doctor's my buddy. You write whatever I need.
How deep do you go in the pharmaceutical drawer?
Not heavy duty, just read this for my reflux.
Oh, yeah.
The old reflux.
Thanks to shit.
Street cred for that.
He needs Adderall for his reflex.
Boil the acid flashbacks.
Yeah, that's a reflux. Smash, bro.
Brian, you've done it already.
Once.
That's just one.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Doesn't it just make you feel
Do it while going on stage. Also, my timing off is off.
that?
But it seems like it's
Way better. Oh, I've heard of
that's
that.
like Hillary Clinton's on.
Yeah.
I've taken it 5 times in the last 2 months. Little prescription. When you're sleeping, you get to drive somewhere. What's interesting about it is it doesn't give you, it's not speed. Like you don't live your race, but it keeps you from getting tired. It's very interesting. They give it to fighter pilots. They give it to people with narcolepsy. They originally invented it as a performance-enhancing drug, but you can't sell anything as a performance-enhancing drug. So they had to have some sort of a disease that was treated. So they said,
I know.
you don't fall asleep as well.
I know the story of a couple of people that started taking on their careers like Skyline.
But I don't want to get nervous. I do it all so much.
Yeah, but then my fucking cross off to make it focus. Large.
Hey, it's your dick grow! No, it didn't. It's the wrong part. I had to piss and then it happened. But Tim Ferriss had a point about like he actually decided not to put in his book The 4-Hour Body because he was worried that with none of the negative side effects he could cite, that it would be almost irresponsible. People would just start taking it like crazy. So apparently, like all the tech guys, like, just live off that shit. It's the opposite. It's the opposite of individual. No, I don't think. Yeah. I think they all work synergistically.
Tommy, tell us something else. If you interesting thing about you, you're like a mass skydiver or something. What are you into?
You can't remember. Yeah. No, just good. Yeah.
Tommy,
You still rock hard? Not as much, no, because I felt too much. It started hurting a lot. What's the tallest peak you well, with outdoors, that was.
I don't want to.
I'm trying to make you interesting. I'm trying to make you a con man, a daredevil. You're a trash can.
I've been a trash can once. Most exciting highlight of your life.
I think selling a milkshake grandma art machine is the more daring thing. Yeah, but that was a good move. The MRI thing was clutch. I like how you did that.
Well, Tommy, it was nice to meet you. Thanks, man. Tommy McGuan, everybody. He's on Twitter at Tommy McGuan. Should we talk TV or should we? Tommy McGuan's first time on the show. All right, I pulled another name out. Joey Cruz. Wow. Are people just scared because Rogan's up here?
I didn't do anything. I'm the nice one.
You're probably intimidating.
I'm the nice one. Russell Peters is mean.
How about Josh Gibson?
Hey,
Good evening, everybody. I not own a gun. I would never own a firearm, you guys. Yes. Raise your hands in the fun way. I was filling out tourist papers to go to Australia. Turns out if you have a felony, they don't just let you walk into Australia. What? Fucking hypocrites. These glasses are pretty new. The optometrist says that I am nearsighted, which means I have trouble seeing things that are far away. You know, like everyone does. Who are these assholes that can look infinitely into the distance? It's pretty new. I like having the beard and the glasses. Before I had the facial accessories, I kind of looked like I looked like the guy who would thank the prostitute. You know what I mean?
Fuck yeah, Josh Gibson. See? That's what I'm talking about. This is not a guy who's just in a trash can. You understand? How in a trash can where there's been a body inside.
how long have you been doing this?
Just a couple years. I'm telling you, it's so.
Do you have much money?
We were waiting 4 hours that night. Like, hey, my car.
How old were you?
Right about Jesus. That's right. I'm
Stealing money out of cars when he was 19, so you're
far less. How do you go away for? I actually didn't go to jail. I'm white. Yeah,
it's all the other, like, it's about, like,
If I was not certain,
Where was this at?
yeah, that's your guess.
Wow, our story is proud to be from this shit.
girls missing sunglasses.
Yeah, good times.
Wow. Josh, this is the car that you went to.
We had decided that the suburbs, there was not enough, and this was together. Yeah, closer to a tree for you. In fact, yeah, I mean, we got a bunch of power tools on. Well, the police got a bunch of power tools. Anyway, so after a while, this guy had seen us.
Eras.
Yeah. 1965 pennies. Yeah.
Wow.
Nickel.
So you got no time. How long have you been out of Virginia?
I left Virginia in 2006.
What do you do for work now?
I do title insurance. I research who's allowed to encumber property.
Isn't that ironic?
Yeah.
Did you feel bad when you got caught, or did you feel stupid?
I felt really stupid. I did not like. I mean, I liked that I didn't go to jail, but it wasn't like I didn't feel satisfied. I felt so bad. I decided I joined the military because I felt so bad. It was one of these like I know that I still owe.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it was just I'm back at zero after that, and then after the military, I was like, what's the most boring indoor air conditioned job that I can do? It's title insurance.
You trying to punish yourself?
Not anymore. I feel like I'm even now. I'm good.
Did you take the job so that you can punish yourself? Or did you actually want that job?
The title insurance job? I got that so I could keep doing comedy.
Okay.
I discovered comedy after the military, the GI Bill, and I discovered comedy. My doctor sent me after I went for gastro.
You're really funny. Keep it up.
Yeah, fun time. At Josh Gibson jokes. Let's keep it moving before we talk too much. Or accessories to some crime or something like that. This looks like another new name. How about Andrew Clement? Oh, shit. This way, Andrew. Okay, well, there you go. Jesus. Here he comes. Super entrance. If you're listening to the podcast, the zip line just came down from the ceiling.
How are you doing, y'all? Okay. Well, we're subject of crime. If you go to a restaurant, Vietnamese, Latino, etc., and you act that they are hiring illegal immigrants, but you as American citizens pay tax dollars for immigrants to not be in this country. So, if you, let's just say, once a week, have a lunch there, casually slip out the back door, is that not called? No? I think different. And I don't. I have empathy for my crowd, but I don't.
You are one of the few people that's ever been heckled in a 60-second set. That is just ruthless. That bitch didn't give you any air. She's like, nope. On a side note,
How many times have you done stand-up comedy before?
A lot.
Really? Oh, Yuki. Really? Where at?
I've done this stage quite a bit. Main room, I've done in New Orleans, where I'm from Louisiana, so I've done a couple of spots over there. Louisiana, 4 or 5 years.
I'm sure it is a little bit slow. Are you always this way? This is you. I'm just making sure we're here.
Yeah, this is me. Yeah, I'm not used to doing this many angles. Same time. Like I
Said you bragged 35 seconds you've done this stage before.
Yeah, but he means all those people behind.
Well, that's a fact. I'm not bragging.
Especially if you don't do it. It's kind of a setup. It's a setup. It kind of fucks with you, right?
I want to meet you. I want to know more about you because I have no fucking idea what you were talking about in the scene. Normally I stop people when that happens.
It's a controversial subject for sure.
Let's figure out who you are. And in today's segment, who are you? What do you do for work? How long have you been driving ever? Do you drive as slow as you talk?
Oh, Jesus Christ, Tony Hitchcliff.
Depends on the passenger.
Are you the smart one in your neighborhood? Are you the smart one? Oh man, I gotta get the fuck away from y'all retards. Y'all retards is holding me back. Plus Mexicans. Mexicans took me out that way.
I don't say it, but I'd like to
I want to work in the kitchen too. Shit. It's a good kitchen. You ever look in there? It's clean.
Andrew, I'm going to ask you a question. I want to see how fast you can answer.
It's fuck Brennan up because now he wants this kind of death behind himself. We got that new though. The one thing you kept talking about ad nauseum when we used the Drinking Bros podcast. You were like, the death. Tell me to mix it up. It's fuck Brennan up because now he wants this kind of death behind himself. We got that new.
Coming your way or a giant black guy coming your way? You can pick.
doesn't matter to me.
Which one? Okay. It's just Lawrence Solid Cage. Well, it'll take a while, but I think I get into action. That about how much it's going to cost to catch up with you.
Yeah, your prostate enlarges in those pants. You're fucked, sir.
Yeah, you should wear some kind of bacteriostatic underwear, like maybe wool or something like that.
Thought about it.
How long have you been out of Louisiana?
Wool,
8 years?
8 years. You have like a crazy super white family with a farm and all that? Like, is it how I picture a little barn on a hill with some extra sheds and shit like that?
a lot of scream out. What part of Louisiana are you from?
Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge.
Like
Do
suburb
you have
or
a history with the black community lately?
they do?
Am I the only one watching the fucking news? Apparently. What's going on in New York? All right, yes.
Andrew, what were you trying to say in your 60 seconds? You go to a restaurant, there's people working in the back or something. What were you saying? What's the gist of it?
Oh, I got the joke idea came from when I was in college. I went to the University of Mississippi.
That just so proud to have universe. We gotta get a hold of this podcast. He got it. I didn't get it. He got it.
So there was tacos, right? And I brought it to Jesse. We just leave. The girl was like, "Oh my God, that's so hot. Let's do it." Yeah, I did it. We got it.
Keep talking to me.
The girl,
Yes.
so they ran off, got drunk, fucked. It's like, no one. It was like stealing. But anyway, I felt bad about it. Doing this
for Robin from.
Is that what you're saying?
It was Jesus Christ.
No, it wasn't like we put. It went to the nearest Mexican restaurant and ordered all the food, didn't pay for it. You're like dipping your toe in the racist pool here. And
Well, it's a good thing I'm here, guys.
that's why we have our racist super referee.
I'm concerned that there's Mexicans in Mississippi.
Very true.
I don't fucking think it'll also. Those ones are doing. Mexicans. They're trying to get it in the center of America. It's like. Let's think over.
They were suspicious, and that was wrong. I mean, that probably came out of somebody's paycheck. I wanted to justify it.
Man, I don't like white people either.
I was in the moment.
Hey, you're the reason you don't like white people. Oh my God, you're right. Tony is one of those Tony Robbins
It
gifts,
was
man. You
a
get to
both
get
dive
yourself.
with a dip in, so, you know,
Tony,
yes, Jeremiah.
did Giovanni get Down syndrome? Not cool.
That's my boy. Oh, shit.
Do you have any like family members who lynched people?
Do you know? Brian, stop that. Any song or sound with that. Find a new one.
Any lynchers in the family?
Okay. Now there's no control. Answer the question. I do want to know. I love the show.
I just like that there's these Southern girls who found it attractive to like leave the restaurant. Like, if you kind of bitches talk go to the outside, you dig the parking lot. Sucker, because that is hot right there.
For how long again? Sienna.
You've been here.
A sequel to Taxi Driver.
What's your favorite type of people to pick up in your
GLK. Oh, so you're not Uber X, you're like Uber Request.
Yeah.
Wow. He's the more expensive Uber.
I feel like they get their car.
Yeah.
Like you do know, you have to be aware that you have something to live. People are like, oh, you're smooth or something like that.
but it's really like feel like a 1.5 second delay. Here.
It's like a teleconference from Afghanistan. Right. Let's just say he's a war correspondent. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Let's just say I try to use it to my advantage, you know?
With the ladies.
Are you sober?
Yes, I am.
Oh, Joe Rogan with
You're
a
gonna blame
10-part question.
something. Yeah.
That last night that you party, what happened? I imagine there had to be some dead bodies.
It was a big car collision, and I just walked over to sleep. Shook it off.
You don't remember the part where you don't remember when you fell on your head that night?
Well, I also fist.
I don't listen to myself talk, so I didn't really.
Andrew, what's one more like fun fact or thing about you that you think would be interesting?
Well, you'll all love this one, I guess, to add on to you.
Going into a restaurant.
Tell you, but one time
Is that a movie on the zombie stoner? I'm the zombie stoner. I don't believe it. Netflix, it's got one star. I'm very proud of it.
what sort of ratings? That's not erect at all. That's
What's your Ubers? Or what's your Ubers?
Ratings? I'm like,
Hustler rating.
487. Something like that.
4.7. If there's one thing in your Uber that you might hear a little bit weird about, like you always go your own direction or something like that.
use Waze on your drive.
Did you walk away from a collision while driving Uber?
Yeah. Isn't that funny? It's a Uber driving Uber. It's a
Fist, you know, what shit.
guy who has a yellow. Drivers don't even leave walking.
Andrew, anything else?
That's what we was, right? You tell him water in his ears. They're like, I know.
The chicks think it's cool.
Unbelievable.
He knows. It's like he's trapped. Like, you know, right here, I just can't do anything about it.
I mean, everything about him. How does that make you feel? I don't like losing. I like winning every little contest that I take part in. And that would upset me.
His fun party trick is getting a Slurpee machine, just resting his head. Watch his belly rise. It's just blue.
Like Homer Simpson.
Okay.
That's what I pictured.
I think it's a chemical. for sure. They should go to wherever he was raised and take out that dirt. They fucked those people down there. Down in the south, they just dump shit. Study people.
He's a grown-up seeker.
Go to Infowars.com, ladies and gentlemen. Infowars.com. Really get through talking that thing tweet.
Pulled another name out of the bucket, so he gets 60 seconds. Bradless Fulstein.
Slavery has never been cool. Except for right now, there's some dope ass slavery movies coming out. You can be uncomfortable when someone finishes it. Like slavery movies, just as good as Holocaust movies. But I'm sick and tired of seeing like the sad slavery. Like I want to see it. Can you imagine a trailer for a slave rom-com? Like, have you ever felt historically ever done that shit? What would you title a slave rom-com? What would you title it? Like, Sleepless in Mississippi? 10 Things I Hate About Cotton? When Harriet met something, I don't even know what you're
Well, you entered into it. It's fun. What hotel?
Casa Del Mar. Questions? Oh, God damn it.
What kind of hotel is it?
Holiday Inn. One dude that you work with to rat you out.
So we can fix it if you want to talk about it. What kind of hotel is it? Sort of a shitty hotel.
No, it's like a fancy hotel, like Oprah goes.
Cool.
Shit.
Oprah.
Now you're fucked.
I think I realized something. I can pretty much just ask you anything.
I'm an open book right now. Just saying.
What's the room number and the safe combination to the hotel?
Bradless.
Oh,
topless.
You ever get to see anybody cool other than Oprah there?
Well, not somebody cool, but the other day I saw Tupac's brother. One buck.
You son of a bitch. That's me and Tony for like days at a time. Motherfucker.
And I kept on calling him, like, he kept on giving me his real name, but just kept on calling him Tupac's brother. Like, Tupac's brother, and he just would never
To his face?
Yeah, to his face, yeah.
Wow.
I should be fired from that job, right?
Jeez.
What you can do is just quit. Fuck it. If you skin, you fucked up. You don't have a disposable job. Otherwise, you'll keep it.
Yeah.
You don't want to keep your job.
You don't want a safety net.
You can't.
What is Tupac?
I think it's just Tupac's brother.
How'd you work?
Like,
Goes to carnivals and shit.
it was like a white.
So it does. Okay, but it's Tupac's brother. 2 tickets. Fuck, I don't know if I want to take a picture. He still makes less than the hologram. Oh, shit. The hologram is doing Coachella. That carnival.
Can't get a free ticket.
What else do you remember? He talks about that.
What shit? 2 Chainz. This is fucked up.
Yeah, he's a good tipper. That's bad math.
2 Chainz a good tipper, but Tupac's brother just wasn't buying it.
Yeah, Tupac. Yeah, well, they both had 2.
So, what are you working in the
I
house?
said it. Jordan Bell.
You were
Yeah, sometimes.
Dude, let's just tank this job for you right now. So,
Oh,
okay, it's too funny to be doing this. You know what? You're going slack.
I just got health insurance, so it's like,
Oh, see, that's how they get you, man.
I know.
They get with that fucking 401k bullshit. Next thing you know, you're doing that forever.
next thing you know, you're the funniest bellman in LA.
You absolutely can be a professional stand-up comedian, 100%. I think the audience probably agrees. You just gotta do it, man. Just do it, for sure. It's not easy. Your spot is like the hardest spot. We've got talent, and then you have to figure out how to ditch the job. It's the hardest spot, dude. Nobody wants to do it. Nobody wants to just cast away the net and take a chance. So you gotta have like some disposable job, you know? A lot of people, what do you do? What you do when you really struggle?
Just worked in shoe stores, sold fucking socks door to door, did whatever.
But you didn't give a fuck about any of those jobs. Yeah. I delivered newspapers.
I was a bellman before.
You delivered newspapers?
Yeah, every day. He still has the hat.
And the tips were
Thank you.
I'm too scared to say tonight. The retard joke, paperboy hat. He's scared.
That's my career in a nutshell.
The retard. I don't know. I gotta go. I enjoy it. I like when they pick on the disenfranchised and the people who have disabilities. I always enjoy that because I don't have disabilities, so I can laugh.
Brad, listen. That was awesome. Man,
Thanks so much.
Sorry.
Seriously.
Brad, listen, you're free. I gave you
Got some talent to
this lately. Let's get through our light out here. You're pretty good. They do it. It's awesome. This, you're on Kill Tony, the #1 live podcast in the world. Vanessa Johnston.
Are you number 1 now?
Something to say. Vanessa Johnston, everybody.
Yeah. This week, homeless guy asked and said, "Hey girl, you gotta go." Okay. Girl. I was like, "What?" And he was like, "Girl, you know what go boxes? Imagine what I could do with your box. In my box." And he was actually so it's like, maybe, no. We know eventually some girl is going to walk by him and go, "I can fix it. I'll get back, teach him how to read, and then we'll get married and have babies." And whenever people ask her about him, she'll go, "Well, he's a rescue."
Nailed it. Vanessa Johnston. Another new minute. That's a good one.
Thank you. Like it's awkward now.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like that is great beef and a fun misdirect. Curious that, like, how
It's true.
yeah.
So yeah, this week I was doing a bar show and I asked me if I had a quarter and single, and then I wrote it single.
Right. Sometimes that's all it takes. A little spark to get it all going. misdirect that I didn't see coming was you thinking that the homeless guy was hot for a second. Like, that part's funny to me. Was that part true? Was he semi-attractive? Sort of like,
Yeah.
right.
Well, it's like he's confident, like.
Yeah, that's super confident. To go from corner to like want to go.
He's like a man's man, yeah.
A broke man's man.
For sure. So where do you think?
Day by day, on the bar.
It's gotta be crazy being a homeless guy having the balls to ask a girl on a date, though. That is sort of an interesting thing.
It's interesting they comment. Women don't know he wants.
We did podcasts. You were like, it's still out. YouTube used to be so crazy. Now I get.
The next person she was up. She's really smart. She's really confident. Very interesting to talk to her. But you want to just go with the confident thing. Right. Like, oh, dude, fuck yeah. You probably know when you're fucking with her. Just break up with you early. She's smart. She's not gonna take a bullshit. She's a confident one, right? It's weird. Whatever. All right. we're on my wavelength. I'm done.
Hey, Vanessa Johnston.
Thank you.
Did it again. Have Vanessa Johnston. Vanessa Johnston. How about this?
It's interesting what she said. I can't even picture her having sex.
Is she good? Is she hot mom?
Because she wants to healthy. And she just turned 21. She was off last weekend. She turned 20 again. Every week. Yes, Allie Rakowski every week.
Hey, thank you. I just got fired from my job. I worked at a movie theater, which we're gonna have to let you go. You're unprofessional. And I said, I didn't know that this was a profession. Have ears so you can hear a monotone voice. That's how I talk. Make having sex hard. Because no guy wants to hear me be like, oh yeah, sweet, sure, chill. I had to start watching porn just so I could sound alive. So now when I'm having sex with a guy, I'll just be like,
Been back for 2 weeks. And now you're just freshly 21. How long have you been stand up?
2 years now.
Right, 2 years.
Is it hard to get in when you were 19 and 20?
That started out, I always carried hair boobs. Fuck make sure that specifically said I get my boobs in a backpack.
I get I want to get banned again at this point.
Did you really get fired?
I did get fired for being unprofessional.
I mean,
I was on my phone all the time, and I didn't really care.
excellent. Excellent way to go. You're funny. Tell us, because you're funny. That's where to go. That means you are professional. You're professional. Fuck that job.
Yeah.
Fucking works. It's on all sides. Tell her where it is. So I like that. Even in comedy, they're always very friendly. People are
Almost he would come in like so often, and the tickets there are like $12, and he would masturbate in the theater, and I just let him.
You know what I'm saying?
It's a popcorn issue. How are you gonna know?
That's the way we talk in the yard boy. He's going to pay 20 to find a place to jerk off.
That's like a common thing. I mean, we had a guy that went to the newspaper and he looks.
We kicked really excited. Have a great minute. You're an absolute killer. We're gonna go to the bucket one more time. You guys ready for this shit? Close out this motherfucker. Normally, for some fun historical reason, and I don't want to jinx it, but probably normally this is where a crazy person gets pulled out for some reason. We once had a guy, what was that one guy's name? Ichabod. Ichabod. Holy shit. This guy was like a ghost of a ghost of a ghost. Oh shit.
I don't think my con is at the backpack.
Yeah. Looks like this.
Absolutely.
Let's try it again. I'm Morello.
Signs up and leave.
I don't get it. What people?
Do you ever take those people out of rotation? Like they take them back?
We used to. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Joe Mazzarini.
Just have a few things I'd like to say. Recycling is another thing I'd like to say. I want to thank Andrew for giving a good name to all super drivers. I was
The first thing that you said was, I have a few things that I want to say here tonight, and then you only said a couple things. That's not a few, that's a couple. You would have to say there's a
Recycling arrogance.
I'm gonna send you off.
His legs. That's good. That was good. What does he think? What does he think a joke is?
All right, here we go. Pulling a name out of the bucket. How about sister? Thing ever. Maybe we have to do something where.
You know, if we want to get on stage, we're just fake.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't work.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's double.
Big band or red band?
Okay, hold another name out. Here we go. Chris McCoy, everybody.
What's up, everyone? I don't touch kids, even though I kind of like
For like 7 years, and I used to drink a lot of water.
do that. You know, phones and cameras, so like you check, like
There was no blood in my dick at all.
that's it.
Chris McCoy.
That's fine.
I think so. You sort of remind me of like a weirder Al Yankovic.
Or like he got held back at Hogwarts. He's still there. I would like an AV guy who teaches autistic kids.
All right. Chris, what do you do for work? It's just like everybody's turning into one Uber robot.
How come nobody uses Lyft? I don't use Lyft. Where this nice comment drivers. What's going on?
Continuously, it's like I haven't seen you forever. It's like someone broke into my car. I'm like, my lip mustache. Not that bad, right? Start a new one. It's a sign. You should get your shit X.
It's gonna fucking
Start Barnes and Noble like that. Something with
You ever feel like you were born in the wrong decade? Do you like fit right in like a Sox documentary?
you can even farther back. You're almost like Benjamin Franklin. That's a little bit. know what I mean? You look like a picture you're flying a kite. Known to have very fun segments happen spontaneously. Are you ready for the second show off?
They didn't even shake hands. I didn't expect this at all. I was almost out of here, and then this shit happens. Isn't it the worst? Isn't it your American duty to leave before the Mexicans start drumming? I mean, I just wanted to go fucking a baby that they invite you to a drum off. So sensitive. Yeah. There's no blood in the drum stool.
Alright, Chris, you want to hit this shit? You want to just take over? Do some crazy? What do you want to do? Chris McCoy with his having a drum off. I'm scared.
Oh, that wasn't my best.
Woo! Show your hands! Good job, Tony Summer.
I think the kid did pretty good considering it well. I think we're awesome.
I always say that we have more fun on Mondays than anybody else in the world. We do Mondays correct. How do you feel about Jimenez? I think Joel Jimenez might have to take off his underwear for this one.
That's the way. He does not need action. Those are boxers. That's what Josh used to say. You want to let people know your brand.
So not only inside out.
Now their shit stains up. Your own drum set, you would have done better? Or do you feel like if you knew what the fuck he was going to do, all this craziness, taking his clothes off, that was kind of a dirty trick? Would you have taken your clothes off? You would
doesn't take care of it.
And you want to sit in that seat now?
Yeah. McCoy, is there anything
It's only
else?
one way you get it off. You put it on top of the only thing is no sock. And then what? Suck his dick. Suck his dick. Suck his dick. Suck his dick.
Chris, it's the only way you can really save yourself.
Well, and then, you know, it's not lost. It's a learning experience. Don't play. She got crazy. If I have to choose, I gotta accept it. Right now, by the way.
Playing a lot of play drums, but I can hang out.
You know you were in the
building, clean windows. I can do that. You know what? I get it. Hang I used to. Hawaii.
Inspired artist.
You sit on a boat on wood plank and 3 gifts in a row just go down. Yeah, can you do that going down hands up one more time?
You are the real one.
Chris,
Do you know anybody who fell?
yeah, they tell stories and they broke all their bones.
Oh, but it wasn't their drum set. So. 5 stories. 5 stories?
Yeah.
What did they land on?
He's heroin too. He did heroin before
He was
these
on?
windows. I think he was on heroin.
You should know because you did it with him, right?
No. This was like years ago.
So
That's where I worked there.
Oh, that's where the term "kick the bucket" came from. Oh, you son of a bitch. Hawaii 5, no on that one.
Chris McCoy.
That naked guy behind you, just me playing drums. So weird.
On his drum set? No.
He's like dominant. He's dominant behind you.
I would say that getting owned by a guy who just has his dick covered in a tube sock has to be a little awkward.
I just like jacket really. It's
Just a suit jacket and tubes.
It's like directly, like he's like projecting it towards you. The whole thing.
When he first came out, he was actually holding it on while he was walking, but he hasn't touched it. He said that he got an erection. He got an erection when the sock's just holding on himself.
It'd be way harder to deal with, right? If he was rock hard, just playing his ass off. And you're like, I can't get hard about my it's up here, beating on the drums hard as a rock. You're all aggressive about it. It's weird, right? It's like weird. Very rarely does this happen to you in life. Where you don't know it's going to happen. But you're on stage. He's like one of those mountain lions looking at your. He hasn't stopped staring at you, dude. He's sizing you up. This is dark. This is
You
dark.
might not know, Joel Jimenez is actually a superhero who gets pedophile. Beating them in drum battle. Chris McCoy in the X 3000. Doing about that.
Pasadena Ice House this weekend. Yeah, shit sold out.
Russell Peters, anything coming up or anything
Russell
crazy?
Peter, new Netflix special October 7th.
7. Jeremiah Wigan.
Jeremiah stand-up on Twitter and the next stand-up over 18th here at the Comedy Store.
Let's hear an image of Jeremiah Watt's drummer right now. Joel Jimenez.
Joel Jimenez.
Joel Jimenez, ladies and gentlemen.
Give it up for that. motherfucker. Sorry on Twitter.
It's mostly sorry on Twitter. Ryan Chaibo's drawing that took place during this show has all four of us on it. This car just got wrecked, so go buy the print Sony poster, which is on the ground, live on the show. That's it. We did it. Thank you so much, live audio.
You're an awesome crowd. So fun.
We made this great. We love you. Good night. Thank you.
Look at my Denial Hinamelech Asher Gitshana B'Mitzvah B'Tzidanu Al Sefirat HaOmer. Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 36 days of the Omer, which is I consider it playing like a hard mode. Here we go. Did you get it? Really? Oh, sick. All right. How many days is it, bitch? 132. How? Fuck yeah. On it. Really? Like, I fuck company? Start. 3760. 1. Birth of the world. Adam and Eve. Chava. 761. Of the world's birth. Chava. 3761. The world birth of Ben. 3761. Of the world birth of Adam. 31. 130. Son of 35. Life. 395. son of Kenan, was born 3301 for 60 years. Mahalo was born. Are you done? This bitch is. Yeah, it was usually taken care of, and pudding. Really? Yeah, and I didn't want everybody else. That was the person. Really? Yeah, and we became best friends. Really? Oh, yeah. On the university, there was always a boy. Bring in my luggage if I had. He was like, oh, you're the sweetest guy ever. Really? Yeah, did he? There's no way. Anything else? Coffee and kebab and coffee. I think it was vanilla pudding, but we would say it was tapioca. Why? That was just like our code. Really? Tapioca, like the shit from South America? Yeah, bitch, and that fucking monster. This asshole.
One of the most difficult aspects at the start is just how those ideas developed over time. There have always been numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and this class primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express to congregations for allowing the larger audience to
Kabbalah. I'll be uploading over the next few weeks. You can find these episodes after autumn of 2021, entire series. You can find in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics of esotericism. Free topics and occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. Let's enter the garden of Jewishness. We're really going to get into some of the technical stuff around hepatitis B. We're going to talk about how at some level a very fringe movement became a dominant movement in the Jewish world in the middle of the 16th, 17th century. And eventually how we would think that the death of Shabbatai, the death of his prophet, Nathan of Gaza, would have spelled the end for the entire movement. But people continue to believe in their Messiah, and so and how it's into the 1880s. So what is the recap for tonight? Well, the recap is there was a guy in the 17th century that felt like he was the Messiah, so didn't have to work. That's the recap. There was a guy, Shabbatai, who declared him by a relatively minor Kabbalist. The most classic example of the evidence for this is the prayer books that get printed. The prayer books that have pictures of Shabbatai Tzvi in them. The prayer books that have prayers for Shabbatai Tzvi. The letters that come over and over again from major rabbinical figures all over the Jewish belief in Shabbatai Tzvi as the last time about the life of Shabbatai Tzvi, the ups and downs of his life. But we exactly mean to say that Shabbatai was the Messiah. And how this dovetails in a really important way as a part of our discussions here on Kabbalah is that one can only understand the messianic claims of Shabbatai Tzvi or of Gaza, understanding how that was justified. And that was justified, underwritten by Kabbalah. The Kabbalah enabled Shabbatai Tzvi develop this messianic style as the Messiah to popularize messianic claims. There's a couple of things to know that are important about Shabbatai Tzvi and Nathan of Gaza, his prophet, and how they're quite different in terms of their relationship to Kabbalah. The first thing that's really important to know is that they don't really have the same education. Shabbatai Tzvi is kind of a yeshiva dropout. He's very talented. He's very smart. Very strong grasp. Kabbalah. He he certainly knows that Zohar. So yeah, but the development's barren system of Kabbalah, world organic Kabbalah, seems very complex. We have just a dip when it comes to Kabbalah and Shabbatai Tzvi of Gaza. Now, making up Gaza, which is really important to know about Gaza. Of Gaza. Hyper aware of developments. I mean, hyper aware. He is so well educated that if you, for instance, people like Israel Saru and Tom. So Nathan of Gaza is someone who knows these conversations. He is a technical maestro when it comes to developments. He's at the cutting edge of some of these developments. And it's going to be really important because how Nathan of Gaza is going to justify Shabbatai Tzvi's messianic claims are going to be by appealing to and, I don't know what's the right word, augmenting, change, whatever word you want to use. He's going to be relying heavily on Kabbalah, but he's going to do his own thing. He's going to do his own thing. We'll see this in just a moment. Shabbatai, for him, his messianic claims are not justified by appealing to complex ideas of Lorian Kabbalah, but he doesn't know much about it. He's claiming that he's the Messiah because God God. That is to say, Hashem and Shabbatai are friends. So we can call God by God for Shabbatai. That he and God have a relationship. And that relationship is one of anointing, is one of I've been invited into the wall. Really good. That might sound really uncomfortable with Shabbatai. His transgressive behavior gets really overplayed, or we'll talk about later. But it's not his transgressive behavior, it's his syncretism. That he's okay with the idea of incorporating Christian elements, with incorporating secular elements, with incorporating Islamic elements. That's what works with the Jewish establishment. It's his syncretism that makes them really angry. Of course, he does these transgressive things, and that pisses them off too. But really, it's the syncretism that really gets him. And I think that's something that's come forward you in the scholarship. And we were just talking about this before the recording started, is that we're now beginning to realize that Shabbatai Tzvi was much more at the helm of understanding what was going on than the previous generation of scholarship, mostly Gershon Sholem, thought. Sholem basically thought that at some level, Shabbatai Tzvi was a yeshiva dropout. Really, you read explaining why you think things unless this shows you that the scholar is continuing to evolve. So let's get into Nathan of Gaza's theory, right? Let's get into Nathan of Gaza's theory. That's going to really tie it back to the Kabbalah. What does Nathan of Gaza think? Shabbatai. So, in order to create creation, God has to take contract itself, and that's Tzimtzum. Well, when God contracted God's self into the Tzimtzum, that left behind a void, what we call the Tehillah in Hebrew. And the Tehillah, right, when it was evacuated, according to the Lurianic Kabbalah, it left behind traces. There are sort of fragments of God left behind. I always imagine you're cooking pan. There's always oil left, no matter how much you tell or yell out. The traces of the oil, the traces of the divine life, coated, fragmented all over inside of the Tehillah of the void. Well, some of those aspects of those traces within would contain elements of divine judgment. Remember, divine judgment in the Kabbalah is always thought of when divine judgment is checked by other forces. That is evil. They sank to the floor of that void. And as they sank to the void, those elements became that area and of the void of the abyss where the demons are, and the tip of that is the soul of the Messiah. And the soul of the Messiah is the tip of the spear, the tip of the light going all the way out. And as soon as he reaches the bottom, it comes back up. All of God's remaining demonic existence, and the soul of the Messiah is the only thing good left at the bottom of that chaotic nightmarish abyss. Every form of evil imaginable. The soul of the Messiah, born there, used with all this evil. And it's only through this process where the soul of the Messiah has to redeem itself, has to climb horrifying abyss, that in the process of redeeming itself, eventually it pulls itself all the way up, right through this horrific world of what I call the Tanaim, the dragons. The text that describes this is called Rothschild, the treatise of dragons. As the Messiah's soul hits the very top of the event horizon, it's still huge. And as it climbs out into the evil, which you can't do with the black hole, but it crosses through, and it's still influenced by all its evil, but as it climbs out of the world, it's close. find it. And folks, that explains Shabbat. They understand, it explains why he completely righteous love of God, and yet do these transgressive things, where he says that the 17th Tammuz or whatever is a feast day rather than a fast. And it's that. It's exactly Shabbatai's manic depressive psychology and manic religiosity that Renee of Gaza is actually his messianicness. Because Shabbatai is a powerful messianic soul against the world of evil. And for Gaza, this entire process is the final act of his mission. He is embodied, according to Nathan of Gaza, this final titanic struggle of good. Now, what did the apostasy mean? Right? Because again, born this idea in 1665, Shabbatai apostatized in 1666. They see that Shabbatai is plunging himself into the world of evil, that is to say, Gentile religion. Nathan of Gaza has nothing good to say about the Gentile. He's plunging himself into evil in order to basically undermine it. That is to say, he's destroying it from the inside. Nathan of Gaza's theology is always the idea that Shabbatai is plunging himself into this. He's like a double agent. He's sneaking into the world, pushing him into this redeem Islam. And the idea was that ultimately, by plunging himself into this, plunging himself into Islam, he could redeem the world of the Muslims, and that was part of the grand redemption. Notice that what and that's not surprising because if you look at early Christianity, another Peter thought something else. It's not clear that anyone really had a clear idea that Jesus' messianic mission was X, Y, or Z. And so that's why you have these big debates in the church, ditto with the Shabbat. Now, what's key about this, right, is that we have three important interlocking things that make this important. The first is all of them agree that whatever Messiah means, it does not mean the traditional idea of Messiah that we talked about last time, which is the idea of a Messiah. This is spiritualization. Same thing with the movement did with Jesus. The Shabbat movement does with Shabbatai. Further, we have this quasi-Lurianic justification for Shabbatai. Now, what's important to note about quasi-Messianic justification, Messianic claims, is that they're going to be the ones that largely stick. Now, it's a case that some Baptists did have some Lurians of the time, but yeah, it's everything on Luria. And third, this is all part of a larger apocalyptic agenda, as we mentioned last time. Again, I cannot emphasize this enough. 17th century, mid-17th century was a age of hyper-apocalyptic. Folks who remember the 1990s, remember the 1990s, how So this is part of a much growth that will move out of the Raphael Joseph, who was the Chalebi of Cairo, the big wig dude in Cairo. I'm actually the guy that you must not wonder why, by what special merit our generation has shriveled half the Jewish nation. Consequently, he has full power to do with this nation whatever he pleases, to justify or shalom condemn them. He may justify the most depraved sinner in existence, even someone like Jesus, condemn anyone who doubts him, even if he is the most highly unspeakable torment. You must treat the following absolutely certain. The Jewish people cannot attain to life other than by believing these things without any sign or miracle. All this is God's purpose and adoration worthy of the beginnings of the redemption. The beginnings of the redemption. You must have no concern whatever for those who do not believe, even if they be your close personal friends. And then after that, when it begins, the chapter describes an outline of what Nathan of God thinks is going to be roughly 100-year period in which everything all this is going to go. You get a sort of timeline about how this thing is going to go down, and all kinds of stuff. It's eerie. That gives you some sense of the fervor that Nathan of God puts on to all this. Now, as we mentioned, Shabbatai died, and so did Nathan of Gaza. In fact, after Shabbatai died, Nathan of Gaza kind of redoubles his efforts, and he argued basically that Shabbatai's death is a kind of illusion, that Shabbatai was an idea to be found also in Shia and Islam. That he's just hidden. So this is a kind of Shia kind of probably one of the more talented Kabbalists of his day, unable to basically continue to steer the movement via his theoretical Kabbalah. The movement begins to fall apart. And the first person to really pick up the reins of this movement will be Abraham Cardozo, himself a very strong believer in Shabbatai. He would travel all around the Eastern Mediterranean basin of Europe. He would be proclaiming the gospel, so to speak, of Shabbatai speed, and he was murdered in 1706. So he was a huge promulgator of Shabbatian doctrine until he was killed. Now, the other side of this is that once Shabbatai died, the women in the movement really take the reins. And again, think about Jesus. The moment that Jesus died, who were the only people there at the grave? Right? We have the Marys. Right? We have the women there. The men all scattered early on. And in fact, there's really great studies about Shabbatian women prophets and how the Shabbatian women made the movement work, but also propelled the movement after Shabbatai had died. Now you'll remember that Shabbatai remarried after his first wife died, and his second wife, she was my brother. Her younger brother, Shabbatai speaking. So again, how it is the soul roots and the Ruach HaShemot, the idea of reincarnation, they would brother here. What ends up happening to Muslims that they're living in places like Salonika and in places around the Shabbat movement. Remember that Islam, and eventually with Shabbatites died. That core of about 300 families, right, which is the size of basically the synagogue we were in, that core was going to form the core of the post-Shabbatian movement. And over around a century, right, we have about that number grows to about 600 families, and over time, what was happening in that there's a new faith of the Shabbat that will exist. There is a Torah that is composed of 18 laws. There are 18 laws that make up the Torah of the Shabbat. They do not have a relationship with Jews, and they have outward relationship with Muslims, but they don't meet Muslims, and they don't bear their dead with Muslims. So they don't associate with the Jewish crowd, but obviously they're not Muslims, they're not Jews anymore, they're Muslims now. What's important is a form of Judaism made up of faiths, and they only vary within their own rights. And what ends up happening is this group of converted Muslim, Jew, Shabbatian people, they don't actually observe Islam completely, and they dissimulate. They lie about if those beliefs so countries, the else is going to make there are further fractures. The two major fractures, the three major fractures in the Shabbatian movement that all occur. The first fracture is that there's going to be another incarnation of some Turkish as Osman Baba, different groups. The smaller movement, which is the Yaqubi movement is actually very close to Sunni Orthodox Islam and the Karakashi movement. And the Karakashi movement is going to be much more syncretistic with Judaism. It's going to maintain some relationships with Judaism, but it's going to be much more heavily Sufi influenced. What's important about the Karakashi movement is they're going to be missionaries. And those missionaries are going to be sent to Eastern Europe. Again, where this movement developing? It's developing primarily in Salonika. It's developing in places like Montenegro. They're going to move their way into Central Europe, and eventually they're going to reach the core of Central Europe in the Podolia region in Poland. And as you probably know, the Podolia region in Poland is going to be absolutely core. There's going to be a third and final split. This is the Kapatsi movement. This is the group that reject carnation theory, reject the idea that all Shabbatai is fake, and they say that only Shabbatai, that there has been no only Shabbatai is Messiah, and this version, right, the Kapatsi movement is the the idea that Shepard is the only form of the Messiah. That group, which is actually pretty close to being popular Levi, which I imagine folks know in the blood writers of the whirling dervishes, the famous whirling dervishes. So they're very close to them in a lot of ways. That the one that will survive eternity. Called the Shabbat and collectively, they'll reverse those or how many of the men were there in the Ottoman Empire. Well, they had a bit of a problem in terms of growing themselves because they only their own all kinds of problems. So they were probably, we guess, sometime around 10,000 on that. 10,000 of these Jews. And they were kind of accepted. Everyone knew, I think, that they weren't completely Muslims, and everyone kind of knew that they weren't really Jews. They kind of did their own thing. They buried their own dead in their own graveyard. They only buried each other. They lived with them. Everyone at some level knew this. Now, what's important about the Don Men is that there are two things that really core that are known about them, is that they became very well educated and very, very wealthy. This is all often true for very tight group communities, right? That's to say they became skilled craftsmen, they became skilled tradesmen, and they kept their money indoors, and they become actually quite educated and quite well. And they were some of the earliest turn of the West in the process of sort of modernization. And as the Ottoman Empire began to fall apart, it formed some level before of the young that led the modernization of the process in which Turkey was modernized, and in many ways, these Donman, which we now know the Donman formed a pretty significant element of the young Turk movement, which means they played a pivotal role in the development of Turkey as a modern nation. Now, the time member of the Turkish government was Donman. So, the backlash caused the Donman. The Donman were thought of as secret Jews, and the idea they were secret Jews was even more terrible because they were conspiracy theories. And so we don't know. Maybe. Probably not. Where it was kind of more. All from Baba. That said, the car. Listen to the idea that Shabbat faith is the Messiah, or very yeah. This is a very, very rural neighborhood that they're just super nice. And some of these missionaries carrying the gospel of public education. That's why the experience of the shop. Kind of took it. Now, what's important? Most people the entire time. What's the their faith in Shabbatai in private, some kind of public non-holy a Shabbat, crypto Shabbat. In fact, to this day, it's not even clear who was and who wasn't. We still don't know who was a Shabbat and who wasn't at this time period. And this is not, this wouldn't be a minor issue if it were for the emergence of the most important Jewish movement in the disdain between the Shabbatians and anti-Shabbatians. Also going to try to the rise of Hasidism and the Nagim and the Nagim in the century that comes later. Neutral statements that will make amenable to Hasidism, make people upset. But the data is now showing, the evidence is now showing that really Hasidism it's obscure, it's difficult, but there are so many overlapping elements and European Shabbat. It's, I think, undeniable the Hasidic movement at the level is at least influenced by Shabbatism. I don't want to say an outgrowth of Shabbatism, I don't think that's true, but the idea that they're completely distinct, I think is no longer by the Hasidic movement. They would deny it, but I think it's there. So, why do I think that? Well, it's things like the role of the Rabbbi, the idea that they are the transgression for the sake of heaven, the sake of all Shem is from there. I do think the movement, there's some overlap. of there's an obviously you can find that in Shabbat as well. This stuff of that Shabbat is the Jewish law wise very conservative, but there's still an East European streak, and there's even legal defamations in Hasidism that are not being counted in the Snag movement. For instance, the wearing of tefillin during Kol that is deeply influenced by Kabbalah. It's not being found in Orthodox style, especially Hasidism. As you probably know, the world of Hasidism is very court-like, it's very royal. The Rabbbi is treated almost as a kind of regal figure, as a kind of king, and there is a quasi-messianic attitude toward the Rabbis in the Hasidic movement. We know that Shabbatian texts played a role in early Hasidism, especially and in many ways, the Snag movement, the Litvak movement, people of Hasidism saw Hasidism as an extension of the Shabbat. And early on, it goes after the early Hasids really claim that under the hood of it all is Shabbat. That they actually are Shabbat. I think that is he does overplay his cards. I don't think so. I think that political, I don't think I think there's actually that there is a strong Central Europe, especially in the Podolia region, on early Hasidism. Now, in Podolia, the region I just mentioned in Poland, it will mutate into perhaps its most absolutely bizarre form. To 1752 folks were in 1752 FYI. Have a naked woman who was of the embodiment of the Torah, and they were doing some kind of sex stuff in the synagogue. And the woman was all the Torah. This is sometimes translated as this idea of redemption through sin, that you have to commit sins to become redeemed. This idea of mitzvah haba'ah vera, this idea never occurs, and to my knowledge, in any Shabbat prayer. It gets hoisted onto the Shabbat over and over and over again that what they're doing is engaging in violations of the Jewish law in order to hasten redemption, in order to once themselves from the mode and redeem it, in order to somehow redeem sin through, or redeem themselves from sin. There's just virtually no evidence in this what they were practicing. Shabbat speaking never makes that argument. Either this term is Bahava Vera, which is actually Talmud, has to do with mitzvah with a forbidden knot. Can you weigh a stolen lulav and extra? And the rabbi say no, you can't commit a mitzvah by breaking something. And so the idea of ridiculous, and unfortunately, it's gotten promulgated by a bunch of Semites and stuff who have these vast conspiracy theories or whatever, that these people are somehow part of this Frankist lineage and that they're really secret Frankists and they're engaged in horrifying sins. The more sin they do, they can redeem themselves. So this entire anti-Semitic conspiracy theory is rooted in the idea of the Frankists and the Vera, not what they were up to. And I want to say that anyone literature where this idea is important. I think that inaugurating new Torah, new Torah, right? So maybe the Torah is inaugurating what he calls the wisdom, knowledge, the das, is how you would say it in Ashkenazi Hebrew, but this idea he's form of right. Thing that he called it. What ends up happening is Frank and his followers are arrested and they make a deal with the devil. By devil, I mean your Catholic bishops. And what they end up doing is they argue that they represent a camp of Jews who are influenced by the Zohar, who reject the Talmud. And then the other camp, the anti-Shabbatian, anti-Frankist, except the Talmud, but Jews accept both. Shabbatians are trying to parlay with the Catholic Church, basically, so that the local Jewish population can basically condemn them. The Shabbatians argue with the rabbis. The 1940 debate. The bishop the bishop is the person who's going to side with whoever, and the bishop obviously sides with the Shabbatians and against the Talmudists, and the Talmud is condemned, and there are dozens of happening in history that sided with the Shabbatians. Poland in 1977, he dies. New emerges of the Shabbat. The reincarnation of Osman Baba and Zvi, and he begins to reveal his new religion. And what ends up happening after that is that, oh man, this gets so complicated. There's a local bishop who wants to basically prove the blood libel is true, and in order to prove the blood libel, the idea that Jews sacrifice and kill the host, sort of classic anti-Semitic nonsense. This bishop stands to gain an enormous amount of land. It's a disaster. It's a disaster. I don't think Frank himself even thought this was going to happen. I think, just delusional with power. Clear, we still don't know who was the Shabbat that was in this time period. And this would be a minor issue if it weren't for the emergence of the most important Jewish movement in basically the modern period. And that movement, of course, is Hasidism. And so in many ways, the dimmers It's also going to try to the rise of Hasidism and the Nagdim and the Nagdim that condemn them. This Nagdim and this later. Now, I'm going to make some really controversial statements that will make people who are very amenable to Hasidism maybe a little upset. The data is now showing, the evidence is now showing that early Hasidism, there is a relationship there. It's obscure and it's difficult, but there are so many overlapping elements of both early Hasidism and European Shabbatism that it's undeniable that at some level the movement, Hasidic movement, at some level is east and growth of Shabbatism are true, but the idea that they're completely distinct, I think, is no longer holdable by the Hasidic movement. They would deny it, but I think it's there. So why do I think that? Well, it's, for instance, things like the role of the Tzaddik or Rabbbi, the idea that they are sort of inherent Messiah as sort of a intermediary between them and God. The Rabbbi is often sometimes sort of engaging in transgression for the sake of heaven. This idea that they suffer on behalf of the community. The emergence of the Shabbat movement and the Hasidic movement both emerged in the exact same region of Poland. Both of them are very influential. Physical stuff, with some of the Shabbatism as well, although typically the Hasidic movement is largely collectively style. It's an element, especially as a kind of regal figure, as a kind of king, and there is a quasi-messianic attitude toward the Rebbe's in the Hasidic movement. We know that Shabbat text played a huge role in early Hasidism, especially and the Hispanic movement. The movement that was very critical of Hasidism saw in many ways Hasidism as an extension of the Shabbat movement. Early on, when the Vilna Gaon really goes after the early Hasids, he really claims that they, under the hood of it all, is Shabbat, that they actually are Shabbat. Now, I think that in general, his activism is because the Vilna Gaon overplays cards. Maybe he does overplay cards. But is he completely off base? I know he's not, or he's not a fool. I think he's not just being political, it's like political ability. There is a zero of the Shabbati movement, crypto Shabbat, especially in the Holy region, on really Hasidism. We'll get to Hasidism. Now, in Podolia, the reason I just mentioned that Poland, this movement continues to change and continues to mutate. Perhaps its most absolutely bizarre form under the leadership of Jacob. begins to practice a kind of form of Judaism, and we have what is called the last Shabbat. Him were excommunicated by the local. This is a complete misreading of what's going on in Shabbat. Sins to become redeemed, if mitzvah haba'ah. This idea never occurs, and to my knowledge, any Shabbat friend. It gets hoisted onto the Shabbatans over and over and over again that what they're doing is engaging in anti-normative behavior, they're engaging in violations of the Jewish law in order to pay some redemption, in order to force themselves with the Kippot and redeem the Kippot, in order to somehow redeem sin through, or redeem themselves. There's just virtually no evidence that Shabbatites speak never have an argument either the text of God, but this term is the very actually found in the Talmud. It has to do with can you do mitzvah? So the classic example is you wave a stolen law of Israel, and the rabbi said, no, you can't commit a mitzvah by breaking out a mitzvah. And so even the idea of this is just ridiculous, and it's kind of promulgated by a bunch of anti-Semites and stuff who have these conspiracy theories that somehow all of modern Jews, all kinds of people, George Soros or whatever, that these people are now part of this Frankist lineage, the Rothschild and stuff, and that they're really engaging in horrifying sins. The more sin they do, they can reveal the conspiracy theory, the idea of the and the Shabbatians practicing this idea of this, and that was not what we were and I would say that what Frank does argue is that what's happening is that he is inaugurating a new Torah. That the new Torah, the new Torah that he is inaugurating is a replacement, right? Yeah, the Torah there. With their knowledge, this idea into the world. Now, after his followers, and they flee to Disney all the time. And what they end up doing is sort of make a deal with the devil. And what they're doing is they argue that they have a camp of Jews who are influenced by the Zohar, who reject the other camp, the anti-Shabbatian, anti-Frankist, except the Talmud, but reject the Zohar. Now, of course, Jews accept both, and the Shabbatis are trying to be with the basically, so that the global Jewish population can't basically condemn them. The Shabbatians argue with the rabbis in the 1940 debate, and the bishop is the person who's going to side with whoever, and the bishop sides with the Shabbatians against the Talmudists. The Talmud is damned. Now, what is happening? Again, history is always funny. The bishop that sided with the Shabbatians in Poland in 1757, he dies. And then the bishop emerges, no longer in. At this point, Frank declares that he's actually the reincarnation of Baba and chapter XB, and he begins to prove that oh man, it's somehow in order to prove the Bible, the idea sacrifice and kill the host. Such views and loved by 17 people, but the anti-Talmudists were declared not to be converted, and named Frank on September 17th, basically stands to gain an enormous amount of land and all for the Jews, including Frank also stand to gain an enormous amount of privilege by converting all of them 3,000 from the court. He ends up settling and eventually dies of a stroke in 1791. 1791, right? We're like in the middle of the French Revolution at this point, right? 1789, we're just not far off from the terror. At that point, about 1791, his dog movement against women who lead this movement. There are about 25,000 Frankists, that is to say, Catholics living as crypto Jews in Poland in the late 18th century. And what ends up happening is Ava Frank leads the movement into the future, basically a giant court around her. She claims that she's the daughter of royalty or whatever. And there is a huge Shabbat center at both Warsaw and Prague, both under her control. And she lives like a princess, folks. I mean, people, like the amount of money that she spent to maintain her lifestyle basically bankrupted the movement when she died in September of 1860. Indebted that it began to collapse under its own weight. She lived like a monarch in the areas that she lived in. By the 1880s, we know that the movement sort of lit off all the just being like this double life. He's very deliberate. Judaism. group of families that deconvert, they go back to Judaism, a kind of Turkish style Judaism, like the Young Turks, a very liberal, progressive form of Judaism is the Brandeis. And of course, the Brandeis, as you may know, Louis Brandeis became the first Jewish Supreme Court justice. And when Louis Brandeis died, when they were going to go to effects, his family inherited gave a Frank. This heirloom. Brandeis was a Frankist and a crypto Shabbakian follow local out. He probably was a liberal Jew, just like a liberal Jew that you recognize from lots of places anywhere in the United States. But he maintained an image, a picture, but they were from, and he comes from his family. Do I think he was practicing Shabbat before fashion? Absolutely not. It's ridiculous anymore than I think that John Paul II was practicing. Frankist, although what I want to point out here as I wrap up tonight, Frankism, Shabbatism, the idea that you can't study God until you're 40 and married, the internal reality is to realize probably at some level of Frankism. Part of or at least a Shabbakian it's a hatred of the husband by Jesus is probably part of their anti-Shabbakian movement. And again, we have prominent families who emerge in the aftermath of the disaster of Shabbakianism and Frankism, both in the rise of the Turkey, the from the Shabbakian movement. What I want to hammer home tonight as I wrap up this lecture cannot imagine Judaism coming into modernity without Shabbat in many ways. Kabbalah and Kabbalah, Zionism, all of that at some level has to be seen as in the shadow of Shabbat, as in the shadow of the Shabbat movement. All of the Messianic stuff in the Chabad movement, Reform Judaism, all of it, at some level, it is the shadow of Shabbat. And there's no way and so in many ways without one to understand you have to understand it at some level as a Shabbat and way Shabbatai Tzvi is still around because we are living in the shadow by this peculiar Messiah who prophesied to Islam and to be Jewish or something. So, to wrap this point home and to put a point out of modernity, Jewish modernity is in and what we learn after him, whether it's in modernity, whether it be the Haskalah, the Snagim, whatever, they're all in the shadow of the sky. And I think it's hugely important to understand Nathan of God, theology, the Kabbalah, was And so, shout out to me. So, certainly can't deny, I don't of impact he made. I think that we're worse off for that. We understand Chuck Speed and his methods. We will understand Judaism, Jewish fraternity, Zionism, and all that. Don't do that.
Yeah, my girl makes. I think it makes my face. Yeah. Let's go. You heard of this? Oh, glad. So there's SWAT. They are reversing aging of cells. Literally, they have animals that were blind that had damaged brainish. No, but I'm saying shoot it in there, and the cells kind of reset and start new. So people have literally better eyes. Mites, yeah. This feels like a conspiracy. It's one. Yeah. So 10 years. Two more. Amazing. About 10 years, yeah. 15 years. The point is, you're going to figure out every cell in your body. They shoot a virus in it. Hey, dude, thanks for the heads up. Like this off. No. I missed it. I missed it. Fucking dog. Original eyewitness. Not the factor. They seriously are they're literally it's just like crazy shit. It's the that they've been able to going to be a lab rat, but injecting a virus sounds like the beginning of what was that Will Smith? Iron Yamana process, a cocktail package, whatever, that can reprogram specialized adult cells back into a youthful. Question: if you inject it, right? Yeah, that's pretty just like on. Well, the idea would be that he's always making new cells. So that's why with animals, primates, they were able to take practically blind mice and primates, give them ice, which is crazy. Hey, like maybe you were it's crazy. But it is. It's camera. Yeah. It's everybody talks about like trying to relax, but you get what I'm saying? There's no plug in it. Is it like I don't know. Is it like how vampires are? Like once you get bit, like this is what you're stuck as forever. No, I don't know. Because I did with that interview that turned a vampire was like 12. Yeah. And she's 12. Even though she's 400. She was 12. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I don't know. You still haven't watched the Sally. Interview with the vampire? It's phenomenal. Shows like you've seen the movie with Rabbbi and Tom Cruise and Kirsten Dunst. It didn't get a lot of Rabbbi was like, guys, all competitive. And it was just unfortunate. The series is so much better. It's super good. That's such a gay looking show. Loved you.
It's vampires. Vampires?
No, it's just gay. Hungry machos and stuff like that.
No.
You watch fashion shows?
No, I'm not that gay.
Okay. You like fashion?
Also, no, I'm over all this shit. No,
Dude,
as Humbug said.
TV right now is
What was it? That did a quote today where he was like, "Oh, nigga told me his beat. He saw much." But I think in his like he's.
Eating Morales pizza.
That's a banger fight. That's a fight. Great fight.
You know, and Russ's parents are like,
They were gonna offer nothing.
so bad idea.
That would have been so bad. I'll let you know how big the UFC is on Rumble.
Oh yeah.
I'll let you know they're like, yeah.
Fight camp. You don't think so? It's kind of.
I just have no lies.
Well, we were talking about products. He smokes cigarettes and I'm not.
I was talking about how you want to get over this stuff.
Because it's the first time.
I know.
Who do you want to win?
I'm swimming. You mean the Lakers?
Yeah. Who do you want to win?
The Lakers, because LeBron got it.
Word, dog. Same.
It's not like an air attack that doesn't fit your frustrated for your wallets hidden under your car seat, your kid fit. You don't have to worry about it no matter what you pick. Rich has free shipping, $99 risk-free trials, lifetime warranty on products. And for you guys, Fire Kid listeners and viewers, you get 10% off at Rich by using the code FIGHTER at checkout. Just head on over to Rich.
He's muted, big dog.
And you're all set.
Or he's deafened. He's deafened. He's just deafened. He's just doing his own thing, but he can't hear you.
What you see? It's a cat down.
Pretty wild, big man.
Oh, it's out so it doesn't turn into cancer. Yeah. That's what they're saying. Just like 25 to 40% people that. Were you out? I woke up, what the hell? No, I didn't feel shit. All that. The only way was the girl putting some stuff underneath my butt, like a towel or something. I told you the nurse after I had my I had my colonoscopy. I was 50. Straight up when I came to, straight, absolutely hitting up. Absolutely. Yeah, and I got a bone on me, but also like my shitter. My dick was probably all lazy and she was absolutely hitting on me, just right there. And I was like, I looked like fuck. And I was like, I just got my shitter looked at. Right? Yeah, maybe it was all just maybe it just it's looked like it was just a big old sleepy. Yeah.
So anybody who knows Brian has seen looking. I went to the hospital in the Bronx, and I woke up in another room because they put me on that. Cold ass room. The doctor had his back turned to me and he goes, that anesthesia knocked your push you holding me here.
You're gonna think I had double hernia surgery, so they fill you up with carbon dioxide. You're like having hurts, you really hurt. And so they give you, you just did so much pain, so they give you like morphine, and you kind of like that. And I'm actually in my bed, almost standing. They have you, kind of. And the anesthesiologist, a man, comedian, and he goes, and he goes, so I know you're a comedian and actor. It's amazing. I love that. I do African dance. Do you do any dance? And he was straight up hitting on me and gave me his card that said, can dance.
No. And do you think everyone's hitting on you? Because it's 2 stories in a row.
I know it is.
I know it's a little much, right? All right.
That's pretty cute.
All right.
Pretty cutie pie. When I was
You get hit on. No, we know what you look like.
yeah.
Wait, we've been around long. You know, I found out I had a hernia. Was it obvious when you had a hernia? Because I had the umbilical here.
No, I had it right down here.
So whenever I would do anything, like I and it would look like, you ever seen True when the absolute ice it would come out like a nose. You ever had one? No, but you ever have one? No. You had a real meathead. I heard you had a real meathead.
I had a pain here. You know how I'm a little bit of a bitch when it comes to. I was like, damn, wouldn't go away. I don't know because I kept saying I think it's something I'm worried because so he sends me down to a surgeon. You know those surgeons at Cedars-Sinai who've seen everything. Those guys deal with life and death every day. So some a-hole like me shows up and he goes like this. He sees my chair and he goes, you have hernia, huh? Oh yeah. He goes, where? I go, right here. He goes. Fascinating. That's how cancer manifests itself. It doesn't show it, present that way. More questions, Christ.
Yeah, not that bad. That's disgusting.
Yeah, you have to get it. So that's genetic. I got right here. It was painful. I suck. So this.
Got good news. I don't know if I told you, my dad
had to, because he has to, and they thought it could be. I was like, how you feel?
Hey, call you were in earlier, but I was in the middle of the class. So.
I know, it's okay. What J-Ski got a second account?
Because he's amazing.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Huh?
Mm-mm.
Yes. Huh?
He got two. He got a second account though. What he didn't say he wanted no second account.
Did he have to ask for permission from you?
It don't matter, Rabbi, God dang it.
Well, calm down, girl.
No. Hell, I'm just saying. Hell, I didn't know he had a second account. He didn't ever say he wanted to get one. I didn't know he had damn permission from me. Got to.
He's at the point. There he is.
He's got a second account,
He talked about it.
I'm using this one because I'm gonna be on my phone. I'm gonna catch a wave out to the movie theaters. Like,
are you going to the movies, right? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I'll be like in a wave out like it.
Yeah, do it. See?
I'll be right back though. I just got out the shower.
Mr.
I did too.
Mr.
Dancing class. What you do? God, you come on Black People Time anything that way. Just like Stacey did, Mama came back. You on Black People Time. And we were down we come on. We put our stuff in there. We left. They came right behind us. Right behind us. But we made it. Not even a minute.
Oh, really? So it took like 29 minutes to get there.
It took 15, 20. Yeah, it's not so far from my job. My job ain't far from that, but it's like 20 minutes from the chapel. Yeah. But we had to go. Yeah.
I got you.
No, we just had to be downstairs. We were on the schedule.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, come on now. Come on now. We can't be doing this. No, come on. Ada be calling the city. She said, oh, she be on that. I said, if you say how to come at 6, you'll come at 8 o'clock or something like that. Yeah, but hey, what deal? People gonna do what they do, but I can't even say that because when we do go drive that fast, some of them people, we got like 2, 3, 4 gas in there, so that was good. But some people come in late anyway. They don't come right in 7. You know, if you want to come close to 7 o'clock to the house, you come a little later. So. people come in there. They come in there all late. Oh, stuff on the back. They were looking for some because she already had left them. Mom already had left our bridesmaid, our little. She was looking for something. Come on. Like, y'all should have made a thing.
That's good.
That's good. How was your day?
It was good. I was able to schedule, I think on Sunday at 1 p.m. Another podcast, and I've been working on the bots. Right? And I watched a documentary last night, and then Zoo kept me up really late, and my hours are not completely flipped, but pretty close.
Yes. You don't even work. Shoot. You don't even work, bro. Shoot. You work, I guarantee you that'll change.
Yeah, Mr. Aquarius. Mr. Aquarius, I worked for 20 years of my life, and I made enough money so that I don't have to.
You don't work, so you got it good. Worry about it. I know you want to sleep, but you need to worry about it. Sleep whenever you feel like it. Shoot, I wish I could do that.
Do it tomorrow and the next day to look forward to, perhaps.
It's good. I wish I could do it. I can't wait because I'm not going to retire no time. it. Now they got to start all over. Some of them probably don't even want to work. Some of them want to have money. I got is a girl who I subscribe when they was wonderfully, what's her name, wonderfully ALE, or Allie or something like that. And she's in Spain. She said, well, I got to talk to my husband. I don't know if I'm going to build it. Everybody, now you got to talk to him. I'm in Spain. And I don't know, you know what I'm saying? And I think she has to go all the way to DF. She had to go all the way to DFW and from Spain. So it's a lot for people. Now, one I followed today. His name is Stephen. He heard some other stuff, but he was a spirit. Right, the
There's JC.
He was a spirit flight attendant, and he filed for employment because he's from Vegas, lives in Nevada. He said that he lived Frontier, Alaska. He said a lot of people wanted him to do this, but he said he was a little bit iffy with that. So, yeah.
Did he
Some
say?
people doing bad. He don't want to. He said he would like to. He don't want to. He don't want to. He had somebody to really watch his cats and stuff like that. He said that he'll commute, but he said he didn't want to commute. You know what I'm saying? I understand. I am a little disappointed in spirit. I understand that nobody, these Catholics, disappointed knew about that work. Catholics did. They knew about that work. But spirit could have gave them a hands up and said, well, hey, we thinking about shutting down. Come on, man. This is we're going I mean, I'm not going to I really do. I don't know about the passengers. You feel for the passengers, or do you feel what did you feel?
Everybody. If you're paying for a flight and you're to go on a trip, and then all of a sudden, and then I feel for them as well. They're the obvious ones.
Right. I behave. They got the passengers. They could have given I call a travel agent or whatever. I feel for the people that the book flight from all the way probably in summertime, July, out for them. And then they have to call a travel agent. And then they got to take a dang on time. They don't know if they're going to get their money back. to get ready to shut the subject instead of have to 3 in the morning. I know one guy in Tennessee, he said he was even 12 and got an email, a long email. All he read was down there. He woke at 12 p.m. That make no sense, man. They could do what they do. But I'm afraid that everybody with their money, passengers, I pray that the flight attendants, get their last bit of pay. I pray that the employees, job, every one of them get employment. I pray that if Holy Spirit is sensitive and make a company, you know what I'm saying, with another company, you never know what.
Correct.
Most people will looking on the theater I want to go to, like the ticket is like it's like both of but then sometimes you go for it. So at least I get my seat.
The one that you wanted to go to, what happened?
Which type of movie?
Oh, yeah.
I still go because it doesn't start till 9. Oh, wait, but I'm gonna go to the one. I'm gonna go to the my side.
How could $3 to try to cut downtown?
Yeah, because it's 48. So they do have
It's 48. It's 48.
this is like snacks. The children, you'll have like sound. Because I remember seeing the board. It was okay. It made the movie a bit better. But yeah, I think I'm gonna just go to the one in South LA, which starts probably actually that's going to start in like 2 hours. So I'm probably just gonna be using my laptop when the Starbucks snippet. Yeah.
Going out.
I'll to a Starbucks. You can go to a Starbucks either. I'm either go to the one that's open close to my place. Uh, let me
I ain't had Starbucks in so long.
it's kind of well not really, sometimes it's kind of overrated. I feel like one cafe is lattes, but And they do have a 10 o'clock show with the common seat, but
Rabbi, if you want to play, you can invite me. Yeah.
damn, all the people that live are speaking.
Mm. Good job.
Thank you.
Right. That's crazy. Anything? I don't know how much. Oh, man. Mm-mm.
You have big
But
plans?
I ain't mad at nobody who got politics. I'm not a politic person. I ain't shaming nobody. You know, he played that show, that game show, the millionaire, whatever. I don't know who was something.
Honest?
Now, I like that part, but then we got to be, you know, president. I like when he was on The Apprentice, but
Weekend?
you know, I gotta go to nail shop tomorrow. I gotta go switch banks. I'm not gonna close my other bank out yet.
Nice.
My job, my check at the job. So the new bank, where it's gonna be a credit union. I'm gonna leave that. I'm leaving my bank.
That's
Go
smart.
to a credit union.
It's more benefits.
Yeah, I'm going to a credit union. Done with the bank. Right, that when I went to the master, right? Remember?
No, tell me about a cash after.
I got long story short, with my bank is linked. I called. Okay. Well, first of all, I used Uber. I said, "Is there a way?" Good job. First of all, I said I got it today. I said, is it a way I can call and y'all can open it? I took it through cash. Said, okay, thanks. We're going to the hair shop. This was what? The day when I'm going to get my nails done for wedding. That was like 2 weeks ago. So we're going. I'm trying to pay for my nails. I did a tap. I guess I did too much, right? I did twice. This thing says suspicious fraud. Once he paid for it for me. When I went to the bank, she was like, well, they opened it and it gave me a notification. I was like, okay, well, I'm not doing this no more. And I was trying to get another card, and they was like, well, no, you can't do that. You gotta do it on the mobile. I'm like, what? And the bank, she said, no, I go, I definitely got stuff that I can, there we go. I'm gonna get ready to leave there. I ain't even done. Yeah.
No, I don't. I don't remember you. That's for fact who it was.
Why I had to cash out first because it did Adrian. And I called Adrian. I had called Adrian. Said, I want to tell you. I got to tell you. So I said, what? So she told me the person twice for 3 hours. They tried to take $20 out of her. They tried to pay her 10. They tried to take another 10 or something like they was trying to get it. They was trying to get it back as me. So they were trying to take 20. They were trying to take. They was trying to get 10. Trying to say they were gonna get it back. They did not take nothing out of it. So
You were saying that
$8 from Aiden, and they were 10. The 10 either. So yeah. So me and her talked about it or whatever. And she believes it's somebody that we know. Pretty. Some of these are fraudulent anyway. They have most complaints anyway. So one of my banks or the bank that I'm with is one of them. So yeah. So I am going to a crazy month like me going to go to a crazy. Open it.
you're just getting a state. Don't you need a checking account to get it done? Oh, okay. Oh, there you go.
I think it's 10:30 a.m. I guess tomorrow I'm gonna have it. And I person at the job. Okay, and I'm not closed right now until I get transferred to my new, you know, the credit. I'm It's too much going on. I don't want to keep swipe somewhere.
I'm
I'm done. Why you? For FS, what did you say, Rabbi? For something.
I'm looking.
What type of movie?
4DX.
They had the downtown.
4DX.
4D.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's an immersive cinema format developed by CJ4D Plex that augments standard film screenings with physical effects synced to on-screen action. Okay, now I understand why it's so expensive. The experience includes tilt effects such as wind, fog, rain, sense, and strobe lighting to create a multi-sensory environment.
Oh, we got one. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. We ain't nowhere near us, thank God. Yeah. I want to go some downtown. Oh, okay. They got a 4D Minutes Theater, Stone Mountain. Oh, okay. 4DX Theater. Wonder can I? Let me see. Let's do that for. I bet you they. Let me see how much these things cost over here in Georgia. Oh, Lord. Okay, let's go to read back to it. Let's see what this is. For the X or something.
What up, Riser? How you living, pimp?
Riser here. Who is?
Riser, are you there? Yo. So,
Riser. When after you, man. I'll be asleep. You at 3 hours right now, baby. I go to sleep Monday night, Tuesday night, and Wednesday. I 3 hours. It's 8 right now. It's 11 on 2. Up at 6, 8. Well, I'm sorry. It's okay. I'll be asleep. Georgia. It's okay. You forgot that I am 3 hours ahead of y'all.
Riser, do you know about 40X movies that fighting? What are your thoughts on your favorite podcaster, William Montgomery, announcing that he was empty yesterday and that I had to be the bearer of bad news to you? Not you follow it on Reddit or something? Well, Montgomery came in here at about 3 o'clock in the morning and he was, I have something to tell you. And I was like, what's that, William? And he's like, I'm in the show. And I was like, it doesn't surprise me because your podcast podcast is awful. He used to be better. Like Kill Tony. And a comedy show where they mocked him or whatever, and also since
He's doing a row machine. Healthy. He's dropped weight. He is same that he did at the comedy show. Then pop. He's like it happened.
it happened. And the closer. At the end, there's going to be something, and also, Kill Tony just hired a new regular, which tells me that probably William Montgomery's done.
William Montgomery, he doesn't need. He just makes more on cameos.
I don't anymore on Cameo, to be honest with you.
Okay, yeah, no, that might be right. I was thinking if that river was running dry.
Yeah, it has. I mean, he's a one-trick pony. How many times can you be told that you're a fat bitch? Like, whatever. He well, so what, like, in reading a or whatever, he had a dispute or stopped him or something.
So yeah,
Happens in those cases. It's a company like Podcast One. What they do is they basically get a bunch of businesses who want to podcast or who want to advertise on podcasts, I should say. So like companies like MeUndies and they say we're going to put it on these different, and all of that, whatever podcast that well. Casey Rocket, there's one man show.
I really checked the view count or noticed how many views. I mean, it never really was getting that many views. It's a good one. Like, there were less 1,000 views, which is like not a lot of money. Like less than $800 probably.
Yeah, he is, but he's legitimate. That's what a real podcast is. It's not these 600,000 views within the first 2 hours that these other podcasts do. That you limit. Hey, I'm not going to blow money on bots, and we'll just see how it goes. He also did something. what what else?
You will suspend your account if you're caught in this.
Go back to them and be like, hey, you need to suspend us or whatever for whatever reason, and then they do. But your average person doesn't have that kind of pull. Well, it's a two-tiered system. You're going to be able to buy it yourself. They know that you bought it yourself, and that's where they make their money. They can promote to the top, who have really flashy graphics and brain on anyone who has anything intelligent to say. That's what happened with you asked if you really want to know. Well, I said that I was searching for William Montgomery because he wasn't on this week's Kill Tony or the previous week's Kill Tony. They haven't mentioned him, and it's almost like they don't want to get into it. No longer their closer.
Yeah, no, he did say that he'll try and work something out, find another sponsor or something for the podcast. I feel like he's invested a lot of time into growing that podcast. You know how many subscribers he had when I started watching? He's been steadily doing them every Wednesday.
That's true, and the fans were saying that oh, I can't believe he never did a he never reunified, or he never had a and who was the producer guy? Who?
Clearly not a William Montgomery.
Oh, dang.
I think I'll
Hey, Mo, Rabbi. Hey, Mo. Where you at?
I know.
I'm talking about rising.
talking about here, there's $33 for one ticket, and if you get two tickets, it's $44 each. Yeah, that's crazy. But that's how they look. Brandon's here. Look at Brandon. Hi, Brandon. Go to bed. How was your day? Yeah, I gotta go to bed. How was your day? Okay, Dave. Okay. Be quiet. Car. You be. Oh, okay.
All right. We play literati Scrabble.
Oh, yeah, okay. I already know what she look like. You doing something? You must be trying to fix camera man.
Oh, I was probably no. I was doing kind of strange. Because I'm checking out my Waymo right now.
Oh.
Yeah, like, What can I say with you probably was South Fisher, but honestly, it's a different people.
Where are you going now? You're not going to Hollywood?
No, I was going to go to the movie theater last time I later. So I'm going to another theater, something to LA. Yeah. But I have to get off the thing. Too much. That's how you know, like,
Oh, wow. Ow, my face is...
Oh, riser, riser.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out. What's the Waymo? Damn.
Oh, riser, you're taking all my spots.
Man, we have anxiety attack already. Man, he's really good. Rabbi, have you seen him in this before?
Oh, in a Waymo? No. I'm
Look
watching
at
him.
him. He's really in a Waymo.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see him?
Yes.
No, we were downtown Atlanta, but I'm going to take it. Down in my area, but I wouldn't. Not yet. Huh? Downtown Atlanta. Atlanta. Yeah, I'm in Atlanta, but I'm like 20 minutes from Atlanta. Yes. Georgia. Oh, ain't nobody there.
they allow relay, yeah. So for robot girlfriend,
All right.
they already have. Clothes, take out the chat for you, get something out of the fridge. This is this is almost like the hardest way account. I think there's actually a few things. I forgot to even check the clauses. I forgot to check this thing. Like,
I can't understand.
Whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in Queenstown.
Had to buy me some more.
You will have no idea how big the play that was for you. Thousand Dude, he was just in here talking to us, dog.
Pretty shit.
Why is that?
That hurts a little.
I hope that it feels better.
No.
Oh, fuck you.
Wow. I thought you were gonna have what? Your child.
And then Zoot fucking leaves. I was fucking distracted. What do you want me to do about it? I got this asshole telling me.
Why did you leave?
I don't know. I had to be the one to be like, yeah, Ryder's here because you're just AFK, quiet as fuck.
Man.
Warm up game, son. Warm up game, son. Warm up game. Son.
Zoo cannot be allowed to do it. You're here for 10 seconds.
Wait, let me think. Did I kick him recently? Whenever he talks about like stuff that will get me banned, then he gets kicked. All right, what are we watching tonight? Big man. Even before, it's like all street of like Turin.
Okay.
Discord, why they banned your account?
Yeah.
Sunday, potentially. I say potentially because she hasn't confirmed the time. But it's going to be at 1 p.m. I've got another one that I'm doing at 10 a.m. Back to back. And then, why the fuck so far in advance? She only does one podcast a month. And she's done, like, she's getting on podcasts. That's what she does. But yeah, it's cool. We can speak for 30 minutes if you want. We can speak for 2 hours. We can speak for 30 minutes if you want, she said, or 2 hours. I don't have to 70 years of full history into 20 minutes. I know who Paul Walker is. Poor dog, he died in a car.
Well, if you're watching the William Montgomery show, William Montgomery, like his guest was host because he had like a. But then I looked at that's what he said. He cut his break lines or something because he was. Messing around with water powered.
Became a legend, like James Dean after those fucking movies. Like the James Dean of South Australian comedy.
Is it 3 hours long?
Yep.
Is there a shorter one?
No. We've got to watch it. This is like the most famous band documentary on the internet.
Okay. Uber and AI summary.
Sounds the same.
A documentary one time, but now it's like band or something, or about studs and a woman for Rothschild, and it has music to it, and like the narrator. But like, I was, it was like, it was interesting, but I can't find it. But they're just like the true network of the Rothschild is like much greater than they say. Like they've supported like all this gold, like so much cool.
It is. Look who.
What was the hard part? This what I like was the honest fact. Harry, I know. Harry. What's hard?
Yeah, exactly. Let me tell you. So, my friend and I, when I was young, I was like maybe I don't know, 15 or something like that, and we were watching Jay Leno, the Tonight Show, and they had Emma Watson. And this is when I know who Emma Watson was, and she's a girl who's just talking about being like on the set of this new movie that's coming out called Harry Potter. Nobody's heard of it. Well, they've heard of the books or whatever. Who is that? And my friend, who was 1 year older than I was like, dude, she's like 13. And I'm like, dude, I'm 15. That's not that we're like a year and a half of like age difference. Like, that's not that big. And he's like, yeah, I guess you're right. But I remember myself like, that is like, this is a little. And then I'm thinking to myself, but I'm a little.
Exactly. I think I had a crush. I think I had a crush on India when I was a kid, 2 years younger. I don't know who the fuck that is. Really? Steve.
Younger than I am. But, okay, maybe she was 12 and I was 16. It's not weird. And she would made up, actually, she's like 3.5, about 3.5 years younger. So I was like 15 and she was like, well, that's like pretty normal for like, well, it surprised me that they just had a, but a 3.5 year age difference puts me in with Bill Cosby.
How did we not Bill Cosby, Judge?
Dog, Zoot. I shouldn't have even mentioned anything. Anyway, that's my Emma Watson story. So maybe actually I'm 4.5 years older than she is. So maybe and she was 12. What you gonna do? I think it's perfect. I think it's perfectly natural for a 16-year-old boy who sees a doesn't know their age on the show to think that she's attractive. But my friend, who was a year older than I was 17 and was already keeping an eye out for that kind of stuff. And I was like, we're both kids. What the big deal is.
I'm pretty sure this is between a 15-year-old and a 12-year-old.
But okay, aside from going to stand up on Mondays and masturbating to Armenian chicks once every 5 months, we have the same life. 4 hours party a day of random or table soccer.
And you wonder why my mental health isn't stable. You wonder why I'm like one of the most mentally ill people on earth.
I don't know why we have to take it to that, but
Rabbi,
what zoo?
if you could travel to any fictional planet from any fictional movie or book, which book or movie you choose?
I am
You get to
choosing.
live there.
Actually, I think there's a movie called Planet of the Hot Babes or something like that. I want that one. But then Krypton, what's from?
I'm thinking
What a meta answer. Middle Earth?
yeah, Middle Earth, sorry.
Using planet Earth, like here, or Middle Earth?
No, Middle Earth, Lord of the Rings.
Zoo, do you ever like have conversations that don't have anything to do with the fantasy universe?
Think about it. Life expectancy is a little like 300 years. No.
Dwarves who die in the war with the. No, they couldn't. Their whole civilization depended on it.
Why didn't they just fly the Eagles to the middle?
That's great. I've always felt the same thing. It's a huge hole.
I think it's because they had to do it stealthily and circle around so it didn't come. All right, Rambo. Where should I go?
Talked about it, dog. It's gonna shut COVID part. Dude. I think so.
Well, it's not that hard to break this far.
Maybe Zook created it at that adult arcade and then getting an email saying that you're no longer invited. Arcade.
Get all the rat shit and then make a spray.
You could have sex at an adult arcade, get an email a month later saying that you're no longer invited. Get another email that HIV stands for human immunodeficiency virus. What's the V in HIV stand for then, Zoot?
No.
No.
Respiratory virus. It's not a respiratory virus. It's a sexually transmitted virus.
Okay. I mean, that's like a cool story and everything.
You can get it from kissing.
Okay. So, how did you transmit your super gonorrhea to the world and now some passenger cruise ship in the Canary Islands and the king said that no one is spread the ship for 45 days. You have to stay. Okay. Zoot ran away. I mean, I'm just Arcade in Adelaide, South Australia.
JC, I'm looking.
Yeah, I'm in front of the theater right now. I went in because I paid for my ticket digitally, but my movie is like I'm here early, like 40 minutes early. I got to check in. Probably gonna check in on yo. Like, in the theater, I was just gonna like use my laptop there, but like some other people are already watching that song.
Oh, that's what you're going to watch? Mortal Kombat?
Yeah, more than yeah. Didn't have to pay $33, so I paid 22 for it.
Okay. It's a little bit cheaper, yeah.
Yeah. So I think I don't know. I might get me a pizza in there. I'm gonna. We don't rate that.
It's coming. Oh my God, smelling like that.
It smells like, at least this one, it smells a bit better than cigarette. But so, like kind of near the only thing I don't like about this area, and I just found out right now, I was actually gonna go on the Taco Bell and go get something to eat and use my laptop. Like, I'm on there, and it looks like I guess it's closing down. And the crazy part is, I used to go to this location. I would stay since the '90s with my mom. They call it the Magic Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
We come in here, '90s, and it's not as used to be, but it's kind of it's I say that because I have go there real quick. So it was Crenshaw Mall, or Crenshaw Plaza. However, it's closed now. It used to close at 10 p.m. But I guess
Riser, can you hear me? But you're good. I'm still.